20 minutes. Hello there. And if you do celebrate Easter, then happy Easter. I did not know that. Well, at least you got the feedback, you know. Yeah. That won't be too hard to forget. But that's one of those side effects, I guess, for running a stream with copyrighted music. It's never actually ever made any sense to me, but you know, YouTube's gonna YouTube. Well, I can definitely tell you that the improvements are noticeable, very, very noticeable. Like it's legitimately good work. Yes, happy Easter to all who celebrate, and to those who don't, no judgments. Oh yeah, the the weekly upload update videos. Those were a lot of fun to do, but as you can imagine, they also are very time consuming. Yeah, um, I pretty much use it all the time now for anything where I want the surface material to look different than the default. Which isn't always every time. That's something important to also take into consideration, that just because you know a trick doesn't mean that you have to use it all the time. Reaper cause, like Grim Reaper. Yeah, it's a good thing. Always, never stop learning, as the saying goes. You're always learning anyway. Grim Reapers. Okay. But there's a quote by Socrates, and he said, "The only thing that I know is that I know nothing," which is an implication that you're always learning something new. Nobody knows everything. Yeah, like Penta Pentagon is just a really, really fun. I don't know how else to explain him, but he's a fun and unique looking character. Like Pentagon is, I would rate him equivalent like to the Ultimate Warrior. Like his visual is just so different from everything else out there that that's what his draw is. And then you add on top of that the fact that he can actually wrestle. Like the Ultimate Warrior couldn't wrestle, but his look is what got him over. Penta, his look gets him over, and he can wrestle. About the only thing I say that is, well, there's two drawbacks to Penta. A, the language barrier. English isn't his first language. He can speak it somewhat, but it's like broken English, you know. He would need to learn how to speak fluently the English language, and he'll be bigger than Rey Mysterio. in another like 7 to 8 years, point blank. The other thing is that he's in WWE. Now, that's not to say that he was booked, you know, a lot. He was booked well in AEW. He just wasn't booked a lot in AEW because AEW has a lot of other moving parts that are going on at the same time. You got MJF, you got Hangman, you got Swerve, you got Hurt Business. Like that men's division is popping. And Penta and Ray Phoenix kind of, you know, fell down the card. Unfortunately, that happens. But with Penta and Ray Phoenix and Ricky Saints and Blake Monroe and every other wrestler that has moved from AEW to WWE, that's last name is not Cargill or Rhodes, hasn't been pushed to the moon. So it's like more of the same. It's not any different. But getting back to Penta, um, I am considering, like, I do have my Lucha character El Scorpion Jr. and obviously his look is based off of Teneblas, but I am considering maybe either changing a little bit of his design to resemble Penta or create a character based on Penta to be a rival to El Scorpio Jr. So, something for down the line after I've completed the main roster. Turn off the camera for a second. I gotta go check on my breadsticks. I can smell them from here. Probably done. Got the oven up to 475 degrees, so they're probably done. And I need to go get them before they burn. I got the house smelling like garlic right now, and I don't even care. Yeah. About Penta and Lucha Underground. That's where most people saw Penta for the first time. Like he had been in AAA for years, both of them. But they did Lucha Underground during the I forgot what year it was that they did that, but that's where we saw a lot of guys for the first time. Like Penta, Swerve, he was Kill Shot, of course, masked wrestler, but who else? Chelsea Green, um, Brian Cage, uh, Io Shirai, and Kyrie Sane, Kyrie Hojo, actually. This was when they were all still in stardom. That was the Black Lotus Triad or whatever. That was Io, Kyrie, and Mayu Iwatani, who has not come to the United States and probably never will. Wise girl. Um, but yeah, quite a few people. Even Ricochet, even though he was King Puma, but that was when we first saw Ricochet for the first time in his style. Lucha Underground was fun. Too short, but you know, they didn't have the money to keep on doing it. That was the problem. And you gotta pay the talents. You got to pay the talents. As we got. Hello, Perry. Okay. So you're into the darker type characters. That's cool. Nothing wrong with that. We're gonna dip the breadstick right into the freaking marinara sauce. Into the jar because fuck it. That's what I bought it for anyway. That's good shit. Oh, I love WMAC. Don't get me started on that. That could have been something big. I've always said that that was like sports entertainment for martial arts, as opposed to MMA, UFC being all, about the competition, even though WMAC is technically a competition. It's more entertainment. Now, see, everybody in my circle of friends, Crow, back then knew about all that. Because in New York, around that time, like, you know, early mid 90s, you had a whole block of programming on, it was Channel 5, which was Fox 5. Whole block of programming on Saturday. So, the morning, you obviously have all the Saturday morning cartoons. Then at 12 o'clock, you would have WWF Superstars. At 1 o'clock, you would have, it was um, American Gladiators at first, but then they canceled American Gladiators. And then it was WMAC Masters for a while until they canceled that. But they would always have something after the pro wrestling that was mostly like something in martial arts or whatever the case may be, or extreme sports or whatever. And then after that, at 2, you would have a kung fu movie, or like 2 kung fu movies back to back, or one kung fu movie, and then after that, either a sci fi or an action movie. So, like, as kids, as boys were concerned, like, that Saturday was locked in. You weren't doing shit until after all the movies came on, and then you went outside. That was good times. Oh no, Power Rangers was weekdays. I'm talking specifically like Saturday. I mean, they did have Power Rangers on the Saturday for a while. I never understood that, but whatever. That was after Fox lost the contract or the rights to it, and then they started showing it on ABC. But this was after the original Power Rangers show was over, so that run was done, and that's when they, um I forget what was the second ones. Was it, I don't know. Whatever. I stopped watching Power Rangers after the first series. So the name of this character is Kimiko. Full name Kamiko Kobayashi. She's another old school character that I have been making for a very, very long time. Um, there's a bit of a story here that goes outside of my creative universe, if you will, as far as her creation is concerned. Because when I got into um, car creation, one of the I don't know. Let me see if I can get to my hard drives because my USB's been acting stupid. One of the first creators that I had found uh, inspiration from when I got into sharing formulas was a guy who went by the name or the username of Opa Gogo. I am trying to see if I can find some of his stuff because I did save a few photos from the old SmackDown creation forums. I probably should have did that with my stuff too, in hindsight. But anyway, as it's doing its search, uh, he was basically the inspiration for me to start doing more female cause, and he had created a character named Rumi Chan, who was basically a schoolgirl type character, kind of reminiscent of Sakura from Street Fighter, and obviously Japanese schoolgirl wrestler gimmick character. And he had made a partner character for her named Autumn, Autumn Landale, who was the more, polished, proper schoolgirl character, American or British, or I believe. And I had created Kamiko and her, excuse me, schoolmate, classmate, Alexia, as a tag team class act was their name, to be like their rivals, like rival schools, pretty much. And then, of course, I got into my whole backstory creation thing, and they took on an identity of their own, like all of my characters, and the rest is history. But I love me some Sunny D. Yeah, that's the inspirational backstory behind her. But in universe, she is the most decorated graduate and current actual headmistress of the newly opened United States branch of the I can't show it to you here. It won't let me do a close up of the Dabura Academy of the Fighting Arts. Basically, it's a high school like a Japanese anime style high school. Like if you've read or watched Tenjo Tenge or Windbreaker, it, something like that, pretty much. So I've got that thing going in my universe, and she's the headmistress of the American branch. She graduated from the Japanese branch, but she's garnered so much of a reputation as a fighter, being, you know, the still longest reigning champion in XWA history, that they gave her the opportunity to open up a branch of the school in the United States. And she runs that in addition to wrestling. And that is going to be the basis of another side story that I'm going to be creating sometime in the future that I'm calling The Academy. Just The Academy. So basically, it'd be like a wrestling version of rival schools or something to that effect. Hello, awesome. Welcome. Not sure what you're implying there, Justin, but apparently you haven't gone to school yourself either because you can't even spell that word properly. Funny. Oh, you still are in chat. Well, not anymore. All right, now that we've taken the garbage out, yes, I have heard of Saturday Night Slam Masters. You got to remember, I'm old school here, so if it's anything wrestling related, I've probably heard of it. He was trying to use the word PDF, as in PDF file, and couldn't spell that correctly. I see. So you're a fan of his, I guess, or a butt buddy, whatever. You can go to. This last one won't come off. Some people just don't have better things to do with their lives. Anyway, Slam Masters, awesome game. Obviously, El Scorpio is inspired by a character from Slam Masters. And who is this we that you're talking about? Denmark? We all know it's just you and your 16 million accounts. You'll eventually go away because this is going to cost you too much energy and you're too lazy. Um, so, what inspired me to create Cause? I love pro wrestling, but I hate the way pro wrestling is booked. 400 accounts, that's a lot of time on your hands. So, what does any wrestling fan do when they don't like what they see? They play a video game and do stuff the way that they want to do it. He's just looking for attention, that's all. He'll jump onto another small streamer's account and do the same thing. Because that's just what these sad individuals do. I'm going to ask you guys to give me a hand, though. I just gave you moderator privileges there, Crow. And if anybody else wants them, anytime you see one of these spammy blue waffles, just remove them from the channel. No, I don't make a character based on myself. I've thought about it, but nah. Yeah, it is the same person. First time seeing it here, yeah. Excuse me. I wouldn't say she's boss level Ricky, but she's important. We'll say that. Thank you, awesome. Appreciate that. I think I'm gonna use those shorts on Haley. See if I can find the skirt. That one would be nice if it wasn't paywalled. Save that one for later. Um, I don't know how I'm going to use them yet, but I will eventually figure something out, particularly the intergender stuff. Can use that as well. Uh, yeah, but that's not the one I wanted. Uh, the skirt I'm looking for is shorter, and they had it in 2K24, so there's no conceivable reason why they would have removed it. It's oops. Let me switch over to Photoshop here to show you what I'm looking for. That one is what I'm looking for. And I know it's in the game. It has to be in the game. Just don't remember what category it's in. It wouldn't be in tights because it's not tights. I might need to use this one as a placeholder, but If I could just find what the hell I'm looking for. This is another one of my pet peeves of having to go into the new game to recreate stuff, because then you have to find stuff all over again. I can use that for somebody. There's shorts, there's skinny, but there's no skirts. Where are the skirts? See, what I do is I'll favorite stuff that looks cool so that I don't forget where it is whenever I do need it. Let's check tights. I know it's not in tights. Oops. Didn't want to unfavorite that, but I'll find it again. I appreciate the appreciation. Excuse me. You use that blue one as a placeholder in case I can't find the one that I'm actually looking for. It's not that one, it's too long. There it is. God damn it. Why is this shit always so damn hard to find? I don't get it. All right. Now, how did I manage to do this before? Let's get the graphics on here first. Oh no, I found it. I found the one I was looking for. Crisis avoided. Excuse me. I'm not even drinking anything carbonated. Oops. Let's move that back to the front. Welcome back. Now I was thinking of putting plaid on the skirt, but uh, I think I actually like solid black a little better. So we just did all that for nothing. Yeah, it's not difficult to learn. It just takes time. You just gotta have the time and the patience to go through it. Like plenty of tutorials on the basics on YouTube. You just have to take the opportunity to sit and learn. It's it's like class basically. It's like going to school. Yeah, I thought so too. Solid black does look better. Let's stick with that. We'll just go ahead and give her some high top sneakers if I can find them. I kind of find it ironic that all of the sneakers are paywalled. Like if you wanted to, you can actually put her in or any character in a pair of Jordans, but you gotta go earn some VC through the island to buy them first. Yes, they do, Mr. Crow. Yes, they do. All right. Periods are done. Now for the entrance. He does awesome. His faction is called, or will be called, Undisputed Enterprises. which it consists of him, uh, Rob Kozmowski, aka Cos, Ryan Risk, and Cameron Knox. And their advocate, quote unquote, is Jackie Jourdain Jr. Yeah, he's the leader. Yep. He's one of my favorite of the new characters that I made. Now I'm just trying to find a suitable entrance for her. I think I know which one I want, but I just have to find the name for it if it was renamed. Nope, still the same one. Where is it? Oh, there it is. It's cute, cheesy, and annoying, just like Kamika. It's perfect. I was gonna change the lighting and stuff. Those two won't be too difficult to recreate. I'm not going to be doing a whole lot different from their 2K24 versions. So they'll be making their return quickly. Yeah, Ethan's a fan favorite also. It got to a point where I was like doing so well with the female creations that I was like, I probably should step it up a bit with the guys. Like, you can still do a lot with male cars. And I think I proved that. Greetings, AC. Yeah, that's cool. Oh, I got a whole bunch of crumbs in the floor now. Speaking of gangster cars, I just gotta show y'all this, cause kind of dope. And we do give car creators their flowers when we see them make something cool. Now, I don't know if y'all are on Twitter or X, but this guy here, Rock Lee, aka Greenland Cars, has been around for a while himself. Uh, he's the guy who innovated the number grid that you might see a lot of creators use for designs. And yeah, the certified steppers, like this, this is dope. This is on some Def Jam fight for New York type shit right here, and I'm feeling it. The moment I heard somebody, the moment I saw a gangster call, it's like, yeah, that's them. Reminds me of them. I don't have any gangster calls per se in my rosters. I have cars that are street based or street influenced, but not like, straight up New Jack. I came from the hood into the ring type characters. I would say probably the closest, not even. uh, I would say Jesse Risen probably, but no, no. I mean, he's from Brooklyn, but he's kind of evolved into a more super athlete type of character. Yeah, not really. Like on my brother's side of things, Jason Jones probably would be the most hood character of any of the cars that we've made. Though I am going to make those, but those would be more for underground cans, obviously, because that fits more of the feel, if you will. Hey, that rhymed. The feel, if you will. My, you know, stories, my setting style here has always been more of uh, a mix of Attitude Era and New Japan type deal. Yeah, Hood Connect, those were dope. Iconic is going to be coming back. Uh, since I've absorbed my brother's conflict brand into the XWA, he's going to be one of the top stars on that side. Can't say what I'm going to do with him. You could probably make a guess, but you just have to, stick around and watch the product, watch the content. Who? Hashtag for who? For Rock Lee, his hashtags are Greenland. I'll write it in the chat. And I also found it cool that he uses threes instead of E's like I did. As being 3X. As in TRH 33X as opposed to the two E's. Do they have Kylie Ray's victory still in here? Did she ever even have one? Yes, she did. USB device not recognized. I have no idea what device that is. And now to the move set. And Bandito, Osprey. Osprey! Will Osprey! You know, I'm surprised that Edge is not in like the most downloaded move sets because his call is one of the most downloaded. But yes, Kamiko's moveset has always been a tweaked out version of Edge. Let's look at the moves. Oh no, as far as superstars are concerned, I think the most downloaded one right now is Sting, and then Jeff Hardy, and then Edge. We can always take a look at it once I'm done downloading the move set here. Oh no, I don't have an Edge style character. I just use an Edge as the base for Kamiko's move set because I've always used his what you call the I've always used his signatures and finishers for her. Like at the start, it was the Execution, which is the Impaler DDT now, and then the Educator. No, no, the Execution was like the backwards fall away kind of pull down slam. I don't even know if they have that in the game anymore. Probably as a heavy grapple, but it was that move, the Impaler, and the Spear. So then after I got lazy making move sets, I just decided to just go ahead and use his entire move set for her and just change the taunts and stuff like that. But then I did a couple of tweaks and made her finisher the go to sleep instead of the impaler. And then I started adding Kenta's moves, as in Kenta Kobashi, because her father is his name is Koga Kobayashi in my universe, who is based off of Kenta Kobashi in real life, who is going to be a member of the Murderers Row roster of View Japan. So I started adding in a few of his moves as well, really like, strong style stuff. So now her finishers are the go to sleep, the burning hammer and the spear. But I still use edge as the base for all the rest of the moves. Yeah, I don't know how he does it either. That man is working some magic. But I've said this before about status. He's as old school as I am. He was on the old cause.ws forums. He started out doing original cause, but then he branched out to doing regular cause and then modding, and now he is who he is and where he is. But we've actually followed each other on Twitter for a while, so always, always kudos to him. He's like he's one of the pillars of the community, basically. Uh, Moveset. I've kind of gone on a soapbox about that. Baller, not baller, Chris, and hello, baller. Welcome, both of you. But yeah, I've gone on the soapbox about overusage of the same finishers by the same people. If it makes sense for the core or the character, yes. Like if your character is a martial artist or has some sort of martial arts background, then it makes sense for them to have a roundhouse kick or some kind of striking move as a finisher. But if it's just Joe Schmo from the indies or grew up, had a hard life and got into wrestling because it took him off the streets, or she's a former fitness model or glamour model or whatever model, then she has no business or he has no business using a damn roundhouse kick as a finishing move. Or a spear for that matter. There's like over what, 800 moves in the game. You have your choice of a majority of them to choose as a finisher. Why not go with something that makes more sense for the character? That's just me. That being said, I have characters, multiple characters, that use spears as finishing moves, but they're different versions of spears and they make sense for the characters. Like Kamiko, for example, uses a spear because she's always used the spear. But then I also have America Western, who uses a version of the spear that she calls the Charging Star, because that's a reference to Captain America's super move from Marvel vs. Capcom. And America Western, obviously, is that red, white, and blue Americana type character. So it makes sense. Then you have Xander Xavier Luther, who uses a spear as a finisher because fictitiously he's a former NFL football player. So it makes sense for him to use a tackle as a finishing move. See where I'm getting here? And I would never put a roundhouse or a martial arts strike on as a finisher for anybody who doesn't have martial arts as a base for their finishing move. The only character that I have using the black mass is Vasily Rasputin because it makes sense for the character. He's based off of Boyka from the Undisputed movies. So it's not that difficult. but a lot of people out there don't think of their character. I always call them characters. For a lot of people, they're just cause. They're just created wrestlers, created superstars. In my case, I always call them characters because I build my cause to be characters, mainly because I'm using them in my own content. But it also makes sense if somebody was using it in their roster. Okay, that makes sense. That's cool. That's a very well thought out character. There you go. A boxer with no punches that uses the F5. And it's so easy to make a boxing character because there's so many freaking punch moves that you can use from grapples, and you got the combos now, and it's like there's there is not enough thought process put into move sets. And I say that being somebody who doesn't create full move sets anymore, but I still, make it make sense. I still tweak things out to fit the character or core that the move set is for. Yeah, I thought that the gore was in the game actually, but it's not. That's one of the ones that got cut, I guess, which doesn't make sense to me because, like, of all of the spears, like half of them are running, the other half are from the corner. The gore was like a perfect running spear move. It was not a whole lot of animation. You couldn't even pin after it. It was just boom, gore, gore, gore. I think what it probably was the fact that they couldn't get anybody to do the proper voiceover for when you actually use the gore. I just wanted to point something out here though before I get into the actual move set. Like, I don't know if you can see it on your screen, but I see it on mine. It's like, do you notice how the turnbuckles are kind of blurry compared to previous games? Like, there's like a kind of like blur on them where it's not clear. And the logos aren't clear on them either. It's like really, really irking me. But yeah, just wanted to point that out there. Okay. Now Edge has never actually used that move, but sure. I just gotta remember the name of the move. I like that character combination there. Rhino, Brock, and Kurt. Okay. Sounds like he would smash up a few rooms. Let me go to my old moves archive. Is that a new version, one and only? That looks kind of cool. Yes, that is. Let's save that. Some big power moves right there. That's the old one. The new ones look even better, in my opinion. Let's find Kamiko's move list. That's J. Close. This is in alphabetical order. That's Jillian. That's Kaid. That's Kiku. And there goes Kamiko. What's the name of the damn move? Okay, I had her moves as the Kinshasa and the Burning Hammer, actually. Stick with that one. Fun fact about Rhino, Crow, the wrestling purists out there will still regard Rhino as being the final real ECW World Heavyweight Champion in company history. We don't talk about the WWE reboot because in that case it would be what's his name? I forgot his name, damn it. Shit. But he was the he was the big black dude that started out as like a bodyguard for Spanky, for Brian Kendrick. I forgot his name. It's on the tip of my tongue. It's Isaiah something. But yeah, we don't count him. We don't count that version ECW. The original ECW, the last champion was Rhino. Ezekiel Jackson. There you go. He is the last WWECW champion. but the last Paul Heyman ECW champion was Rhino. Yeah, you know, that's old man strength now. He's still big in fitness and everything, so yeah, Monty Brown could have been a problem. Um, you had asked about the Steiners, Perry. What do I think of them? If they'd have stuck together, they would have been the greatest tag team of all time. They were on that level. Like they were the Legion of Doom big, but way more athletic and had the background in, amateur wrestling. And pre Big Papa Pump, Scott Steiner was a beast. That man did things that a man his size shouldn't be able to do. I would actually kind of compare Monty Brown to that version of Scott Steiner because he was we call them freak athletes. Those are the big guys who are, more than just strong, but have other things going for them as well. Like they're agile or they're quick or they have something to where they don't have to rely just on their strength. Scott was one of those. Monty Brown was one of those. Keith Lee was one of those. Boy, did he fall off. There's a couple others. Brock, obviously, is the most famous of them all. But, yeah, the freaks. I think I like that one. Then we got the Impaler. Did I not favorite any Spears? Another thing about Monty Brown is that his gimmick was like ridiculous enough to be believable because his presentation was so great. Like you knew he wasn't actually from the Serengeti. But the way he sold the gimmick, the way he cut promos and everything like that, it's like, okay, yeah, he's from the Serengeti. Yeah. we'll take it. We'll take it. It works. You do those random mannerisms like good stuff. That being said, however, if we're talking about, what could have been if he'd have stayed in pro wrestling, I say with full confidence, absolutely nothing would have been done if he'd have stayed in pro wrestling. They'd have misused him and improperly booked him like they do pretty much with 90% of their roster. Yeah, on the subject of people who couldn't book properly. Yeah, let's talk about Jeff Jarrett. No, let's not talk about Jeff Jarrett. But yeah. He should have been a multiple time NWA champion. He could have carried TNA easily. I think the only reign of terror worse than Jeff Jarrett's was freaking Triple H. Tell me you're an egomaniac without telling me you're an egomaniac. Have I seen the three-way between? Yeah, that's probably the greatest match in TNA history. That X Division three-way between Joe Daniels and AJ. That match kind of put TNA on the map for a lot of people. Uh, do I have any characters that have the amateur wrestling look? Not exactly. I would say the closest I have is going to be the Lions Pride team, but they don't necessarily take on the complete amateur look in that they have like singlets and stuff like that. Like I have made a singlet attire for Aurora Cellini this year, but not for Ryzen. I'll probably do one for Magnus von Schwartz just to change things up a bit. And then there's Dan Ripley, who will be the new fourth member. Yeah, he's got kind of an amateur look too because his base was Charlie Haas, so that would probably be the closest. Um, then also Alexei Baranov, the Ram, who is a character that I had in the Trial of Kings tournament story that I am going to be moving over into the XWA universe. He's got the amateur look too. He's based off of Alexander Karelin, who is regarded as being the greatest Olympic wrestler in Russian history, in Russian athletics, which some people kind of question because back in those days, a lot of Russian athletes were using performance enhancers. And if you ever do look at old photos of Alexander Karelin in his prime, he was kind of jacked. But we don't ask questions or make judgments over here. All right. So none of these taunts at all have any correlation to Edge whatsoever. Uh, I haven't seen Simon Chase's look currently. I know he had Chase U, which is more of a collegiate type thing. Um, but yeah, I guess yeah. That was the vibes, if you will. I like those. Evan Fate, that was my brother's character originally. Uh, One of the first of our extended universe. Well, not one of the first, but he had the idea, and I went with it. So went ahead and gave Riot a son. That he technically didn't raise because he was out here being an underground warlord slash mercenary type character. I think I did mention this before a few months ago, but it bears to be said again that Evan Fate is actually going to be one of the few characters that is going to overlap in between both the XWA and the Underground King stories. Because that was one of the things I was trying not to do with everybody, so that it allows me to be able to create new and original characters for Underground Kings. But there are going to be some that do have ties to both worlds, if you will. Evan Fate is one of them. Uh, Vasily Rasputin is another. And Haley Jonas, because obviously she has a major role involving the main antagonist of the whole damn story. Like, come on, creator. How hard is it to give the moveset a wake up taunt for a wake up move? Alright, let's take a look at some of these. Don't really need to change much. Let's look at the corner moves. It's kind of overkill, but why not? All right, Perry. Is that because of riots? Yeah. Basically. Let's make that only once for now. Oops. Let's change our statistics. And we're kind of sort of ready. Now we're ready to run a test match. Excuse me. Interesting's all points, of course. Where do I get my music for my characters? Mostly a channel called Montage Rock, which specializes in non-copyrighted music that actually sounds good, but most of it is a lot of digging for music that doesn't get you copyright strikes. Old MP3 sharing websites and stuff like that. But it's not always foolproof, because it has happened to me a couple of times where a band actually gets signed, and then all of a sudden the music that I was using for their theme music is copyrighted, and I'll get a content ID for it. Yes, the old peer-to-peer days. Most surefire is just using game music. Okay, get back in the ring, girls. Okay, you kind of messed that one up there. Yes, she does. Thank you. It's got a unique look to her. I try to mix like traditional athletic type attire with more like Joshi Japanese thing going. Just without all the frilliness and fluffiness. Because you couldn't use the logos on that. So. Ooh. Okay. That was a dope spot right there. Hold on. Let's go to the replay. She eats a forearm, kips up, and then hits her with a Kinshasa. Like, damn. And then gets the long two also. That was a good one. Yeah, Abigail has to come with the comeback move now, because that one put her in trouble. And now cradle pile driver. trying to go for the nightfall, gets countered. They're both in the red pretty quick in the head. Welcome back. All right, back in the ring. Taking a lot of shots to the face, hasn't she? All marked up. Oh, that's a chair. Uh-oh. Go to sleep! And then a Kinshasa afterwards. Oh no, she countered. If she'd have hit that, it would have been over. Oh. Countered the finisher. Can I speak on how to build or pace a match? I can, actually. I even did a video about this many moons ago, but basically, in terms of, oh, hold on. Kinshasa! That's it, it's over. I am satisfied with Kamiko's performance. Moveset is as hard-hitting as I wanted it to be. Yeah, 10 out of 10. Okay, so anyway, if we're talking about a user-controlled match, that being you controlling both of the sides of the match, then you want to just basically kind of choreograph the pacing. Like the start of the match is going to be even with both sides administering their offense in a balance of one gets some shots in, then they'll either make a mistake or get countered, and the other person will be able to fight back, get their offense in, and you stick with that for maybe a good 2-3 minutes, 4 minutes tops. Then someone else, one of your characters, particularly the bad guy or the heel, will get the upper hand, do some form of cheat move, or off of a good counter start taking advantage of the situation, and then they'll start using more offense. Maybe target a limb or something like that, but just start hitting more of their stronger moves, mid grapples and stuff like that. You also want to sprinkle in a whole bunch of pinfall attempts, false finishes, long counts, stuff like that, to make it seem like they're putting the hurting on the other opponent and they could get the win quickly or faster than anticipated. Then you'll have your face character, or whoever it is that's being attacked here, victimized for lack of a better term, will either kip up find the second wind or something like that, or hit a timely counter off of an attempt of a big move that the other person is doing, like countering a superplex or a top rope move, rolling out of the way, or something like that, making the other person miss. Then they can start their comeback, start hitting more of their offense, start hitting more of their power moves, and get close to a comeback win. But then the other person kicks out or finds a way to escape, rolls out of the ring, whatever means it is that they could get away from the beating that they are taking. Then all of a sudden, you're back to this even spot again where both of them are kind of worn each other out. And now it just becomes a battle of who's going to hit the biggest move at the right time. And then you work your way to that element of maybe some more submission moves, like stuff that really looks like it's making them tired or, draining their energy, things of that nature. Then you will start hitting the even bigger moves, like actually hitting the attempts of top rope moves, superplexes, all those big dramatic spots that's like, oh, okay, that's got to do it. Like, oh, he can't or she can't get up from that. But then they do. And then you just keep that going until you get to your natural conclusion of whoever it is that you had wanted to win the match. And however it is that they're going to win that match, whether it be the heel uses a cheat move or a cheap shot or a distraction, or the face uses a submission, wins clean, hits a top rope move, or does something that they normally wouldn't do, pull something out of their arsenal that's special and gets the win. And it's just levels of how it is that you would do that, because you're not going to do that with every single match. It just really depends on playing into whatever the storyline is that you have between these characters, and also their individual styles of wrestling or their character. Like, is this heel character, do they have a propensity of breaking the rules or cheating or something like that? You want some of that to play into the match. And sometimes you have to do some edits to make that happen. Like, jump cuts or recording specific scenes separate from the actual match footage that plays into what the result is going to be. Good example of that was the championship match that I had between Ulrich and Jesse Risen last year, where Risen hits the super kick on Ulrich, does the fall over him and everything like that, but the referee is already down. And then meanwhile, outside of the ring, all this chaos is happening. Magnus chases Jackie Jordan up the ramp, and then he gets attacked by Cameron Knox. He fights Cameron Knox off. Then Rob Kosmowski comes out, looks like he's about to help Magnus because they are Lion's Pride. And then Kaz turns on Magnus, power bombs him off of the stage just in time for Jesse Risen to get up and see this happening. And then Ulrich takes advantage, hits him with a finisher, wins, retains the championship. There's a lot going on there. And that was a lot of editing to make all that happen. So a lot of it is just going to be you, cutting up footage that you're recording to get that result and putting it together in your presentation, if you're doing a call show, to make it more than just, the game chose who won because one did more moves than the other one did. If that makes any and all sense. But I do have a video on this on my channel that I had made. God, I don't even know how long ago. It was in my core university phase where I was just breaking down all of this stuff, creative and production wise, because I felt that there was a lot of gatekeeping going on in the community regarding that shit. So I just, gave all the info that people wanted to know. Fast forward to 2026 and they're still gatekeeping. Nothing we can do about that, though. Okay, so at present, we are at 20 cars created, 19 technically, when you consider I have two versions of Cyrus, but unofficially, it's 10 guys, 10 girls. So 90, 190 more cars to go on this. Yes, yes, you do. All of the stuff. Oh, you might notice some extra things going on in the back of Sierra K and Telena's profile pictures. That's not official. It's only temporary. I just needed to see how the championships looked like in game, and yeah, they look really, really freaking good. So while I'm in between here, trying to figure out what the hell I'm going to do, if I'm going to make another character, which I probably will, I'll just go ahead and show you the championships so far that I have created, starting with, and it sucks that you can't get rid of this goddamn, they won't let you just show the belt by itself anymore. So we'll just zoom in here. Yeah, the brand new look for the XWA Diamond Championship. And yeah, I finally decided to change how it looked. The template here is graphics that I had gotten from the James Frost Discord, and just worked some Photoshop magic to make it look more on brand, pretty much. Still uses the ECW belt template. That's the shape that best matched the faceplate, side plates. We added the gold XWA logo. And yeah, it looks a little bit more, how you say, regal than the other version did. It also has some gold elements on it now. And the thing that mainly led me to use this was the diamond studs that are actually in the belt. You might not be able to see the quality on them with it being YouTube, but the belt actually has diamonds on it, which obviously makes complete sense for it being the Diamond Championship. So, yeah, this will be the official major title of the Takedown brand. So for those of you who didn't see my last post on Twitter, some restructuring is happening as a result of me absorbing CAW conflict as a second brand for the XWA. So on the Takedown brand will be the Diamond Championship, and then on the Conflict brand will be this here XWA Women's Championship, formerly the CAW Women's Championship. Now, I unfortunately was not able to find my brother's designs for his championships. So I had to, find new ones. This one again came from the James Frost Discord server, and we just did some more Photoshop magic here, resulting in it looking like a more traditional championship belt again, which is kind of what I was going for, kind of what I am going for all the championships, or at least most of them, to have that more traditional 80s, 90s look and not be all, colorful and stuff like that for most of the titles. I think probably the flashiest belt is the Pure Championship, but that's because I chose it to be that way. But anyway, uh, not much else to say here. Really basic design with the faceplate and the side plates. Going for something uh, simple and prestigious. And yeah, this will be the major women's championship on conflicts. And then there's the XWA Global Championship, which will be the major men's title on conflict. See the vibe there. It's got a mix of elements like the undisputed WWE Championship and the big gold belts. I didn't want to use the big gold belt because that's the base that I use for the GWGP Championship in View Japan. So we went again to the server, the Discord, James Frost, and found these elements. Added some stuff into the side plates because the middle portions were all black. I didn't want that. I wanted to have something in there. So there you go. And then last so far, but not least, is the slightly newly redesigned XWA World Heavyweight Championship, which uses the same elements from the original belt that I've been using for all this time. But again, we simplified it and used, in this case, AI generator to create the base plate and the side plates, and then just added the old stuff with the griffin crests on top of it. And this is the end result. And it looks pretty damn good on Mr. Ulrich and whoever else it is that I decide to put it on. Still debating on that decision. We don't need to say if we didn't change anything. So to recap for anybody who has not seen the post. As soon as my USBs decide they want to stop being developmentally challenged, they're not going to let me zoom this in here, are they? This is the restructuring here, basically. I'll just read it off in case you can't read it yourselves. So, Takedown and Conflict are going to be the two official brands of the XWA's programming, and Girl Fight is officially retiring. So, RIP Girl Fight. There's no need for an all women's brand now because you have intergender matches in the game now, which was the reason why I did that, or one of the reasons why I did that. So, as a result, the XWA Diamond Division is being split between the Takedown and Conflict brands, respectively. So, the CAW World Heavyweight Championship will now become the XWA Global Championship to be contested on Conflict. The current slash final CAW title holder, which would be Tomoa Mamua, made by my brother, will be awarded the new championship. So Conflict starts, he's the global champion, and we go from there. The CAW United States Championship now becomes the XWA United States Championship to be contested on Conflict opposite the National Championship on Takedown. The current slash final title holder, in this case would be Iconic, will be awarded the new championship. So, Conflict Episode 1, Momula is the world global champion. Iconic is the U.S. champion. The CAW Women's Championship now becomes the XWA Women's Championship to be contested on Conflict opposite the Diamond Championship on Takedown. The current final title holder, who is Helena Troy, aka the Black Pearl, will be awarded the new champion. So basically, XWA Global Champion, Tomoa Mamula, XWA US Champion, Iconic, XWA Women's Champion, Helena Troy. And the CAW Tag Team Championships will be retired. Don't need two tag team titles when I only have one tag team division. So the final tag team champions will face off against the current XWA tag team champions, who ironically enough is Monolith, Shane Camden, and Alex Price, who were two of my brother's cause, to determine an undisputed XWA tag team champion. That will happen at the first pay-per-view event that I run, which is going to be Ambition 2026. I'm going to work on that set soon because I have the design still for the original set from 2K19 and it still looks damn good. And I can still recreate it because they have the parts still. So, anyway, that match will happen. We will have official undisputed tag team champions and we will go from there. Conflict will be the home of the tag team championship division, the tag team division, excuse me. Conflict will also be the home of the Diamond tag titles as well. Les Canadiens are still the Diamond tag champions, so they will be defending on Conflict. Basically, all the tag titles will be on the Conflict brand, pretty much. And Takedown will have the Pearl Championship and the Pure Championship. So to kind of break it down as best as we can here. This is my working list on Google Docs of all things XWA related. Here we go. Titles. Let's go ahead and make that bold. So on XWA Takedown, it'll be the World Heavyweight, National, Pure, Diamond, and Pearl Championships. Then on XWA Conflict will be the Global Championship, the US Championship, the Women's Championship, and the Tag Championships, Men's and Diamond. Then on View Japan, there'll be the GWGP World Championship, GWGP Women's Championship, Intercontinental, and Tag titles. Then Purity is World Championship, Women's Championship, Tag Championship. And then Nihon 1 is N1 World and N1 Women's. So a lot of belts to make. And I have the assets for all of them, so it's not a time consuming thing there as far as remaking these belts. It's just remaking the rosters to carry the belts. That's obviously the work in progress here. Now on to the question of what are we going to make next? And that's a damn good question, isn't it? Let's see who we might be able to recreate fairly quickly here. Oops, back out, back out. I kind of forgot how he had his stuff set up here. Resources. Completed. Where are we at? Well, this isn't going to be quick, but I would like to have the rightful title holders in possession of those belts. Uh, Sydney Striker, he's not on the immediate list because he's a Underground Kings character. So yeah, I am gonna make him, just not quite yet. On the other hand, however, it won't take much to bring on the 2026 version of the Queen Pin, aka current XWA Diamond Champion Isis Diamante. So let's make that happen. Uh, or will it? Not all the way sure. Check and see if I have an archive picture. Yes, I do. Let's work with this. What else am I gonna need here? Do I already have the diamonds? No, I don't. All right. At least get started on her, I guess. Assuming Community Creations wants to cooperate. Nothing wrong with my connection. Well, I guess that answers our question on who we're making next. At the present moment, nobody. Why? All that money you're making off of microtransactions, you can't even get your servers to work. Make it make sense. Ah, you're killing me here. We don't even load the right page. Hey, there we go. Then I realized I forgot to download her face. I do kind of need that. Okay. I'm going to ask the community here. By community, I say however many of you are actually in this stream. How we want ISIS looking. Because I've had two different face textures, three technically, for ISIS over the years. This is the current one that I had her in 2K24. This is the original face texture that I had made for her. For as long as face texturing was a thing in the WWE games. And then this is the one that I had in 2K23 that is basically Cardi B's face. So I'm slowly trying to refrain or walk back using celebrity faces. So I'm probably not going to use this one. But the character is kind of based off of Cardi B. She can act like Cardi B without looking like Cardi B, if you know what I mean. So I'm kind of leaning towards the new face, this one here. But what do you guys think? The original? I guess we can give the original a shot. Upload. All right. I mean, the face is just basically a random model online. Like, it's not AI generated. It's just an old face photo that I pulled from Google searches off of like a fashion or was it a beauty website or something. So, it is an actual person, but it's not a celebrity. So nobody's going to know who it is. Is your character about to make kind of a Charlotte Flair? Yeah, sort of glam attires, sparkly, diamond encrusted stuff. But the character personality is definitely not Charlotte. Well, yes, is Charlotte in a way in that she's arrogant and such like that, but she's definitely a heel, but more on the lines of how we say ghetto fabulous. Think like real housewives of insert city here. Basically, it's if Cardi B were a heel in professional wrestling. And I think we have a Liv Morgan fan in the chat. I don't know. You got to tell me what's the deal with Liv. Like, what is the what's the appeal? Because I kind of say the same thing about Alexa Bliss. Like, so many people are into Alexa back in her prime, and now it's Liv Morgan, and it's like, what's the deal? What's the big deal out of them? The only thing I see that's special about them is that they're both, blonde. That's it. They're just blonde. I guess WWE has a thing with blondes. Because if we're taking it all the way back, you had Alundra Blaze, who was blonde. Then you had Sunny, who was blonde. Then you had Trish Stratus, who was blonde. Then you had Kelly Kelly, who was blonde. Then you had Michelle McCool, who was blonde. Then you had a combo breaker in the Bella Twins. Okay. Then you had Charlotte Flair, who was blonde. Then you had Alexa Bliss, blonde. Now you got Liv Morgan, blonde. Tiffany Stratton, blonde. Like, noticing a pattern here, a very alarming pattern. That trifecta is very hard to come by. But we already have that in WWE, and her name is Nikita Lyons. Blonde, pretty face, and caked up. Everything a black man wants. A black man who doesn't listen to Dr. Umar. Like, yes, I would risk it all. I would risk losing half of my shit for Nikita Lyons. Oh gosh, that sounded terrible. I will get Jonathan Majors for Nikita Lyons. She doesn't just twerk; she's a legit martial artist. She actually has. She's actually got hands. And even if she did just twerk, what's wrong with that? If you got it, flaunt it. Like Liv can't twerk. Just saying. Oh boy. We are terrible people. Nikita Lyons. She is actually a legit martial artist. Boxing, kickboxing, I believe, karate. She has a couple of disciplines under her belt. I also kind of like the gimmick that she's got going on right now. She's got this kind of like woo woo uh positive like not positive like laws of the universe type thing, like law of attraction and stuff like that, which is actually pretty close to how it is that she actually is in real life. Which is cool because in the uh in the ancient words of a wise yet sometimes eccentric and high strung individual that goes by the name of James Cornette, he once said, excuse me, the best gimmicks are just you with the volume turned up. That's basically what Nikita Lyons' current gimmick is. And if you go across the board historically, he's right. The best gimmicks have just been a person amplifying their own individuality or personality to a higher level, like cranking it up to 11. Stone Cold, uh, I won't say The Rock. The Rock is an exception because The Rock is definitely, he does not act like he did when he was wrestling. Um, you don't go back and edit it, Hatsune. Like you said it and forget it, which is why it is important to get the morphing down the first time. Yeah, I agree with you there, Crow. Cornette, he gets it right sometimes. When he does, it makes it, he makes it count when it does. But for the most part, he's just, you know, an angry old Southern white guy who's mad that wrestling is different than what it was that he remembered. But there are some things that don't change about wrestling. But yeah, as far as the face setup, Hatsune, you do your morphing, then you do your skin color. Now, you don't go back into facial region or face structure. What I do is after I do the face morphing originally and the skin color, I accept, finalize that, and then just go into face deformation, face region, and just adjust whatever it is that I want it to adjust. So in this case, we're going to just take the lips and make them straight so that it doesn't look like she's smiling perpetually, like we're removing the uncanny valley from her face. And we're just going to give her a little more chin. And that's it. I will not touch the face again. Just make the head a little bit smaller because the heads on these call models are a little too big, in my opinion. Drop it all the way down to like between 12 to 15. And that's it. Done with the face. I'm not touching it again. Do I watch shoot interviews? Not not as much. Every once in a while, but yeah. The main gripe, I guess, that I have with shoot interviews is a lot of times it's just like I said, it's just old wrestlers that don't agree with the way that wrestling has evolved and changed. Now, it's different from say how like an actual sport evolves, like how basketball is different, the NBA is different in 2026 than it was in 1996. There's something to talk about because NBA sucks nowadays. But in wrestling, since it's scripted, since it's more about booking and creative, realistically, than athletic ability or technical, prowess, then complaining is really just kind of it's kind of talking about the politics of wrestling and not actually the wrestling part of wrestling. And politics is never going anywhere in pro wrestling. Like, it gets worse. It will get worse before it gets better. A lot of people will say that it already is worse because of all the shit that TKO is doing. Yeah, I think RF Video has a YouTube channel still. Uh, and yeah, going with the old face was actually a really good idea. I don't even need to add makeup. And that's good. Very good. We are happy. Now, for the body type, this one's gonna be tricky because I want her to be a wee bit thicker on the back end, if you know what I mean. If you smell what the rock is cooking. Upper legs. But we don't want it like that. Like, if I could actually morph with sliders and get somewhere in between, that would have been cool. Well, we do have to increase her hip to thigh ratio because she's from the Bronx. And I think we got a winner. Let's just change the abs. Do I want her to have a six pack? She is half black and half Dominican. That sounds statistically impossible, but yeah. I like that one. All right. Let's bump those up. And yep, body is done. You don't have to use everything just to get a specific physique, which is nice. I still would rather have had just straight up sliders, but thus far, I've been able to create unique physique builds for all 5 of the other female cars that I have made thus far. And I haven't even really gotten into the muscle category yet. A little bit with Aurora Cellini because she's a strong girl, but when I get to girls like Jamie Fury and Natasha and the really, the jacked girls, then we're gonna see what this thing is all about. Now on to the fun parts. But before we get to the hair, I actually have to do something else first. Because I'm not about to go through the process of getting all the appearance down and then being limited on this part because of the freaking hair. So let's just go right ahead and check the entrance jackets. First off, decide what jacket I want to give her. This one I like a lot. And now we'll see what hairstyles are compatible with it, which ain't a lot. Wow, 2K, you fucking suck. You get rid of last gen consoles, but you still have this limitation on hair. Because of what? Someone tell me again. Because of technology? No, because you're lazy and incompetent. You can literally use no long hair with that coat. What's the point of having it in the game? I knew this was going to be some bullshit. And so, yeah, I am not going to limit myself on her overall look just because I can't fit a fucking jacket on her. So, yeah, we will have to make some adjustments on the entrance attire choice. Excuse me. All right, Crow. Good night. Thanks for stopping in. I may actually continue this construction project tomorrow myself. Nah, that's not gonna work. Okay, this USB thing is really beginning to annoy me. What kind of look at this point? I don't know. Because I've actually had so many different designs of her attires that I never actually really finalized or made my mind on one specific. So right now I'm kind of just like ad libbing. I might change up one or two things, or maybe a few things, before I release her into the wild. All right, now kind of wondering what like a Charlotte Sasha type of combo would look like. Why is it gotta have shit on it that can't be recolored? Almost had it. No idea what this is recoloring. Isn't recoloring anything. It's not changing anything. And now there's that. Yeah, this one's not going to be as quick as I thought it was. Yeah. Maybe we do a Charlotte Sasha hybrid. I like that idea. Excuse me. Thank you, Perry, for the compliments. It's all trial and error at this point. That's not a bad idea. Don't know if I'm a fan of the white tanning hose there. This could be a winner. Yeah, I don't mind the black. Definitely need to do some better boots though. Studded kick pads. That'll work. Still have no idea what that color's in. Let's see what else is out there. Yeah. Um, I kind of did like how it looked with no knee pads, but I want to see how it does with the knee pads. I think we're gonna go with them. Okay. So we're gonna call this a work in progress first draft of ISIS's 2026 attire. I do kind of like it. I just want to do more with it. It's just a question of what will the game let me do. Thank you. Yes. I was thinking all white, but then everything kind of clashes with each other too much. Just get that out of the way real quick. This would be a fairly easy fix for the Lion's Pride logo there. As much as I love Nikita, you know, gotta get that logo out of the way. I got my own to put there, but we'll get to that. I'm not really feeling those. Those work. That definitely fits into her feel. Okay, let me quick save this. Now we're going to go into the Photoshop and work a little magic. And where's the screenshot that I just took of Nikita's jacket? In theory, this should work. In execution, it might not. But we're going to try it anyway. Let's brighten this up. Okay. Save as a PNG fur. Then we will upload it. Oops, backed out too much. I hope this works. I think it's gonna work. Kinda. Kinda, sorta, little bit. Let's explore some other options. Aren't many other options. I hate this game. Make you have to go with short hair to use a long coat that you're only going to see in the freaking wrestler's entrance. Yep, I remember. Those were the good old days. Back when developers didn't make excuses for being lazy. I finally get this pose now. She's snapping it. That's what the kids do nowadays. Snap it. All things considered, she looks really good for using a lot of default stuff. I think this would be a good point, however, to call it a night. And I'll continue the construction process tomorrow, the entrance and all that jazz, and then figure out how the second attire is going to look like. Cause I really don't have any idea how I'm going to do it. Or yeah, clock it. One of those two. Whatever the kids are saying nowadays. But yeah, 4 hours in. We're about on average here. Hope everybody had a good Easter for those who celebrate. And I'll be back on here at some point tomorrow. At the very least, to show you whatever it is that I've figured out. If I don't already figure it out on stream. But yeah. One thing we are going to do, however, just to set things accurately before we go, is oops. Put the Diamond Championship on ISIS. Sorry, Sierra. One day, in the not so distant future, you will have the belt, but it's ISIS's moment right now. Till we figure out who's going to take it off of her. Who am I creating? Well, I'll finish ISIS's second attire and entrance and stuff like that. And then I am probably going to move back over to the men's roster and work on someone there. Don't know who yet. We'll see. We'll see what I'm feeling. Could be somebody with a mask. Could be somebody else. Don't know yet. But hopefully you'll drop in to find out. It's a nice little cliffhanger. All right. Folks, ladies and gentlemen, mostly gentlemen, I will see you guys back here tomorrow. That's actually a good idea, Parrot. A Nikita uh, inspired attire could work. Gotta get up for a second. Knee locked up on me. Oh boy. Knee and back. Don't get old, folks. And again, you really don't have much of a choice, do you? Well, Riot's attire has already been kind of based off of the Authors of Pain, kind of a mix between them and the Shield, like Roman Reigns specifically. I think I did say before that he's going to have more of a kind of combat theme attire. But we still got time to figure that out. But don't worry, when I do get to actually, you know, sitting down to create him, I'm going to let you guys know it ain't going to be some random thing. I'll make that announcement official before then. So sooner than later. That's what I'll say. Sooner than later. Anyway, I need to put some ointment on my joints and get ready for work. Because tomorrow I start working early shift, which means I can get home earlier. So I will be on stream a lot earlier than I have been over the last few weeks. Looking forward to that. Ouch. That being said, good night, everybody. And I'll see y'all tomorrow afternoon into evening, probably 4 or 5-ish, something like that. Western time, of course, which is still going to be nighttime for most of you in the East, but it's earlier for me. So, yeah, that's what it is. Anyway, good night and happy Easter once again.